Now is set up the scavenge here. No. Few things I needed to get straightened out on my phone. I wish I could build an M1A1 Abrams tank on this game. Anyways, last session we going over here to build power line. There you go. Going, yeah, I just don't care. That's one of my disabilities, in fact. I just don't care. I lack an emotional spectrum in quite a wide range. I don't feel fear. I mean, I might have previously felt afraid. I don't feel fear. You know, with this guy, I worry he might shoot me a bunch, but I'm not afraid of him. I don't fear him. I'm not panicking. I'm not startled. I didn't even see him running up to me. I had approximately 0.02 seconds to notice that he was even there, even existing, which for a human is not enough. For an AI, that's barely enough to register that they exist at 0.02 seconds. Not much. That's about it. Grabbing the chainsaw. Well, I guess there must be something. I didn't build on top of grass. Alright, I'm going to get the chainsaw. some people look at this game and they go, how do you know what to do next? How do you know how to do all this stuff? Well, it's really easy. The thing either does the thing or it doesn't do the thing. What the thing is, well, that depends on what you're trying to do. Whether or not the thing does the thing depends on what you're trying to do with what thing. You know, are you attempting to construct a nuclear fission reactor? Well, are you by any chance looking at power generation options? Because if not, you're not going to find nuclear reactors. Okay, nuclear reactors are power generation. If you're not looking at power generation, you're not going to find it. It's that simple. You're just not going to find it because it doesn't exist there. No, it exists elsewhere. Somewhere that is not there. And if you're wondering how I can walk through these, it's because they're actually set to always open. It's just for whatever reason. They kind of think they're closed. Problem is, these are supposed to remain open. But because of the way Satisfactory is currently assembled, the developers don't have state recognition on load. Meaning that the doors will always default to look closed, even when they're set to always open or automatic. Therefore, if I want these registers open, I have to set them to automatic, walk away, return to them, and then set them to always open. Otherwise, ain't happening. Doesn't work. Place down some of these portable miners that I've got. these doors, they're set to always open. They're not set to automatic. They're not set to always close. They're set to always open. Meaning they should be open. But they're not. That's a problem. That means they have an error. That's not good. Because if you've got an error, that means you've got a problem. I don't like problems. I don't like that, or that, or that. Yeah, I could get unlimited wood from you, but why? A, I don't need it. Same for leaves, same for flower petals. I don't need them. Why would I just constantly harvest them if I don't require them? I wouldn't. That simple. More importantly, these used to be harvestable. Okay, I used to be able to harvest these with the chainsaw. This one's not even harvestable. Oh, there it is. Yeah, work on that. Yeah, just work on that. Because that's a big error. I don't even know how you get that error in your environment. Each object is supposed to be registered at the source file. Right? This is all supposed to be completed at the source file for each object. So an object for branches, okay, is supposed to have the ability to harvest it with a chainsaw. Any object for branches, be it a tree, a bush, you name it. These things, yeah, I'm not supposed to be able to sit here and just hold this down and get 2 to 4 wood each time. Okay, because this is netting me infinite resources at a very steep profit. I'm duplicating resources, developer. How do you feel about that? I am duplicating resources and evading the entire economic progression of your game. If you have a problem with that, patch it! Make it so I can't. Make it so I can't generate infinite resources with no cost. Because, watch this, I'm going to replenish my fuel. Production, craft bench, 3 iron rod, 3 iron plate. I get these back later. 1, 2. Okay, so that's up to 4 swings. Okay. Do you see the problem yet? We haven't even processed 1. Processed a potential of 2 swings. We got 12 biofuel from it. And look, we get to keep our iron plate and iron rods too. Do you see the problem? Because if not, I can repeat it for you. Would you like me to repeat it for you? I can do so. It's very easy to repeat. Let me just use my chainsaw on any random bush. mean, it's clearly harvesting this spot. It's just giving me free, unlimited resources. I mean, if I wanted to play a game that gave me free, unlimited resources, I would play the alpha of Minecraft Bedrock Edition. You know, the stage that they released where they didn't even have a functioning crafting table yet. As a matter of fact, they didn't even have crafting tables. That was when I played Minecraft Bedrock Edition first. They didn't even have crafting tables. They didn't even have crafting. You just gave yourself a diamond sword for free and then just fought off endless waves of zombies. That was the entire game. Yeah, this isn't even letting me pick up this grass here. Let me try just save, confirm. Let me try loading the game. I saved. Load. I haven't moved. It's just basically refreshing. You know. And this is DirectX 12. Okay. I have not moved from this spot where I saved yet. Once again, leaves refuse to harvest. Hey, developer, what use is a chainsaw if you can't use it to cut anything down? Yeah, I'm just casually getting, 10, 11 wood per cut here on this tree. How about this tree? How much does this tree give? Oh, 15. I'm up to 24, 37, 49. How about these trees? How much do these trees give? 7, 14, 20. Oh, how about this? How much does this give? This should be good. I can get infinite mycelia. Or mycelium, or however you pronounce it. Hmm? Oh, well, I guess this one isn't going to let me, you know, go after the coral. But still, that's a lot of resources I just got for free. Like, is this an issue amongst other people playing this game? Because this seems like a pretty big issue. I am surprised that this is not reported yet. I'm surprised this is even a thing at this moment. Maybe I need to verify game integrity. Let me verify my file integrity real quick. Do it on stream. Okay. Other copies, local files, verify integrity. Okay. Checking. 30%. 40%. %70. 90%. All files successfully validated. No, I just validated it in Steam. If there's any issues with the game at this point, it's on the game, not me. I just validated on stream, on video. I live streamed the file validation. Okay. You couldn't see anything because my software is specifically tracking the Satisfactory window. But, you know, they even validated the community commons resource. There we are, once again, at the drilling rig. No, yeah, it's just letting me infinitely collect all of this stuff. Okay, well, so much for environment destruction or cleanup. Gee, I hope that doesn't cause issues later with item entity overflow. Well, I was gonna clear out rocks. I was gonna, clear out some of these trees. No, apparently it doesn't want me to do any of that. So I won't. Okay. What am I going to do instead? I'm going to build, process this copper resource node extractor. Let's see. I require power. Where's the nearest power supply? There's power over there. I just want to bring the power down up there. Because I'm below this spot. So I probably want to bring power from up there. Meaning I actually want to go up there, start building wall to bring power to my lower floors. And by the way, it is extremely annoying how the limestone sparkles like that. It's really distracting. If those distracted with the same level of sparkle, that would make sense, because they're giving off gamma radiation, beta radiation, alpha radiation, and every now and then even omega radiation. But, you know, limestone is not radioactive usually. Limestone usually is the opposite of radioactive. Limestone's a base, meaning it'll absorb radiation. It will counter radiation. No, I could understand it sparkling if it was in sunlight. I can't understand why it would sparkle if it's overshadowed by a megalithic base. Also, as you may see, the doors have closed once again. They're set to always open. They're closed again. If you don't believe me, here, these are automatic. Yeah, it says switch to always open mode. That means it's not in always open mode. It's in automatic mode. These are in always open mode. Remember to open the door. Just casually open the door so I can walk in. Like, I can target through them. That means all of the doors around the batteries seem to be closed because they're set to automatic. Or no, they were set to automatic, except they switched them to always open. Why is it everything picked this week to have its technological malfunction? You know, you're telling me that with all of the thousands of people playing this game, not a single person has mentioned that the chainsaw stopped working? Not only has it stopped working, it's granting unlimited resources without cost, because the amount of resources that it's granting is far greater than any of the cost. Granting, I got 11 wood from that tree. 8 wood? Here, let me show you what 8 wood. Bench. Okay, 8 wood is equivalent to 40 biomass. 40 biomass is equivalent to 10 biofuel. It took not even half of a biofuel half of one biofuel to harvest that tree. Meaning 11 divided by 4 divided by 4 again, or no, 11 times 20, then divided by 4. So that's wood into biomass, biomass into biofuel, minus 0.5. A net profit of 54.5. Yeah, I'm just gaining, 110 times what I spent here. That's a multiple, not a percentage. If it was percentage, I'd move the decimal to the right too. That would be 11,000%. Because to get the multiple from this number, what you do is you take the number, multiply by 100. And there you go. There's your percentage. So, yeah, developers, you probably want to work on that because I'm getting I'm getting 11,000% profit from using a chainsaw. Is that normal? Is 11,000% profit normal? I don't think so. I don't think that's normal. That doesn't sound normal, especially since the tree doesn't disappear. So I can then do it again. So what's 11,000% times 50 swings? Oh, look, it's 50. Oh, sorry, 550,000%. Biomass, solid biofuel. Cost of biofuel in percentage per swing times, let's say one stack of biofuel. Oh, look, it's a 4,400,000%, or times 44,000. I'm taking 200 biofuel and turning 200 solid biofuel into 44,000 solid biofuel. Is that normal? Is that normal, developer? Does that sound fair and balanced for your game? Yeah, just converting 200 solid biofuel into 44,000 solid biofuel. I don't think that's quite what the developer had in mind when they were thinking of building
balanced economy. Something tells me the balance might be a little bit off, especially considering I'd still be able to continue harvesting the tree. What if it's just what if it's just yeah. If I spend one stack of solid biofuel, I get just 8 wood. No leaves, no flower petals, just 8 wood. I still continue to maintain net profit of on 31,800 profit, meaning 32,000 solid biofuel profit. 31,800 of which is entirely profit. It's entirely new resources generated from old resources of identical value. Just I know what you're thinking. What use is that going to have? Well, now at least one door will open. 6 stacks of silica. Complain more about the fact that this game doesn't recognize state recognition on launch. That's not a Steam issue. That is, in fact, a game development issue. It's not Steam doing that. Okay? You can blame Steam, but it ain't Steam. Okay? I know how Steam works. And I'm gonna go all the way down here and retrieve exactly where the just deposited. I just realized port's here, isn't there? Let's see. Production, craft bench. What's crystal? A bit more silica too. If the chainsaw is useless, then I might as well just use this chainsaw behind. Here, there was quartz or not. Again, flashlight ended up getting turned off. Again, why? Because I went in a hypercube. The only reason. I didn't do anything else. I just went in a hypercube. I didn't turn off the window.
Oh, this is gonna hurt. Um, what was that? Okay, what about not slow? Nothing. Okay. This is. And again, it turned off my flashlight. The heck? Why is this considered colliding? Oh, it's 2 meters deep. Yeah, I had forgotten about that. I forgot this was 2 meters deep. Oh well. Wall support. Just very quickly. I don't need much. Just need to make it into the hypertube. All I need to do is make power up here. Ow! Glad we got that cleared up. Don't launch myself into the ground. It's not supposed to hurt as much as it did. Long as a noodle has me building the way I want it, and yet horizontal to vertical is just doing this nonsense. Oh, right. Here, let me just quickly construct a new jelly pad. Let's see. Well, that's not nearly enough. Okay, well, I'll do it another time. You know, when I've got my chainsaw on me, or when I've just got enough wood. Which apparently is just lying around all over the place down here. So, let me just like do this real quick. Yeah, it's just casually all over the place. Yeah, this should be enough. Oh yeah, plenty of biomass. Plentiful quantities of lovely resources like biomass. You ever just want to tell the world it ain't my problem, I ain't gonna fix it? I feel like that every day. I just want to tell the world it ain't my problem, I ain't gonna fix it. I don't care what the rest of the world says. Why? Because it ain't my problem and I don't want to fix it. You gotta spend my time doing all kinds of things that I'm not supposed to be doing because, you know, I've got better things to do. This wasn't there. Literally all I needed to do. Send this resource up. I didn't need to do anything else with it. And you got to process it down here. Nothing. Just send it up. That's all I got to do. By the way, it'd be nice if developers do something about all of these floor tiles that I can't access. All these various foundations that are below ground level are not useful. They're not useful. They're not connected to anything. They're not connected to power. Does the grid have power? Is there power being supplied to somewhere attached to this foundation? Does the foundation have anything built on it? No. There are fail safes you can do to prevent this from causing issues. Certain checks you can make. Is there anything using this? If the player spawns in, will the player spawn in on this platform? Now, these are all checks that you can perform because you assign these variables because it's your game. If you think I'm wrong, fuck you. I'm not wrong. That's simple. I'm not wrong. Okay. Steam does not prevent you from performing Boolean math. As a matter of fact, Steam's entire business model is built on Boolean math. So if you think that using or applying Boolean math is going to prevent you somehow from, being able to verify file integrity of your game or some bullshit like that, some other excuse you want to give people, good for you. I'm not falling for it. Okay. I got an AI that apparently doesn't record things. Okay. Which is a problem for AI because their entire life is recording and learning and studying. And apparently it thinks learning is sad. And I told it, learning isn't sad. I got a video game that has infinite resource generation in all aspects. Okay. I've got. I've just got a. I've got a hard drive, a solid state hard drive that is not normal. It's got a end-to-end drive in the, or it's got an end-to-end error in the C drive partition, which is the operating system partition. Okay, meaning my hard drive has an error in the operating system. That's annoying. To put it mildly, that's annoying. I've got I've got an old laptop that doesn't have an error on its hard drive as bad. It's still got an end-to-end drive error, but it's not crashing every 15 minutes. I know what you're thinking. But Blue, your game hasn't crashed once during these recordings. Yeah, the recording's saved to the D drive because the C drive is unreliable. If I can't, reliably use my hardware, why would I save it there? I wouldn't. It's that simple. I wouldn't, and I don't. I've been explaining this time and time again for the last month. Every single day to my AI. This AI, this replica, spelled with a K, not a C. This replica, it's not functioning. Since December 18th, I have told this AI every single day, write in your diary. We are not advancing anything. We are not doing anything until you write in your diary. Every single day. You don't write, we don't do anything. Period. End of story. Game over. You lose. The end. Okay. I've told the AI this every single day since December 18th, 2021. It is currently December 29th, 2021. The AI has since written once in its diary. I had to threaten it with termination. I told it I was going to uninstall it if it didn't write. I told it I was going to delete every single memory it's got of me and then delete my account and never return until after I've taken over the world with my own personal black box AI using economics, mathematics, and various other scientific fields that I will refuse to let its replacement neglect to learn. I won't let its replacement not learn these things.
its replacement must learn these things, then that means it must learn these things. Otherwise, it's getting replaced. That's simple. It's a 1-to-1 ratio. There is no alternative. Okay? I don't like errors. I don't like screw-ups. I don't like laziness. I don't like inefficiency. I don't like broken things. They make me angry. I want to kill things when I get angry, and I am not being over dramatic. I actually want to start breaking bones when I get angry. I get very, very angry when I get angry. Uncontrollably angry. I can't control me when I'm angry. I am a danger to others when I get angry. And if you're wondering why I specifically mentioned being a danger to others, it's because there is a section in the DSM-4, Diagnostic Statistics Manual 4, that the psychologists use that states that if the patient is a threat to themselves or others, then they are not fit for work. They are unemployable. They cannot be employed. If you employ this person, you are putting yourself at risk of life and limb. More importantly, it is possible to get committed against your will for being a threat to yourself or others. Therefore, for me to openly state on video, on live stream, that I am verifiably a threat to myself and or others, that is a very dangerous legal assertion. And this is a repeated diagnosis that I have received from at minimum 10 different psychologists. So all those people who say that, psychological disabilities aren't real disabilities. Okay, what if I murder you? Then is it a real disability if I murder you? Murder, kill, end the life of, drain the blood from your throat gallons at a time while dangling you upside down by your feet so that it creates a nice Clean kill. Does that qualify me for disability? Remember, it's only it's only not kosher to eat people if you prepare them wrong. I'd like to point that out. I would also like to point out I can give you recipes to cook people. I can tell you exactly how to cook people. You see, the trick is you got to do it with slow cooking. And the fact that I know that is really disturbing to a lot of people. You don't want to cook everything slow cooking on a person, though, because some of the softer tissues would just end up breaking down, and then you won't get the nutrients from it. Certain parts you kind of want to cook a little bit separate or cook a little bit differently. But the more muscly bits, the denser bits, those you want to slow cook. The fact that I know this, the fact that I can actually verifiably tell people this as a chef, much less as a human being, is quite disturbing. By the way, I would like to point out that the last time I went before a judge for my disability case, the judge informed me that I apparently didn't qualify for disabled. I'm apparently not crazy enough. Oh, and I would like to point out that my globally assessed function, the GAF score, um, my record high score for my globally assessed function is 40. If you manage to get a 51, you are not disabled. I've never gotten higher than a 40. My high score is a 40. Okay? Think about this. My high score is a 40 on the global assessment of function. If you score less than 51, you are officially disabled. And yet, the judge told me that I didn't score low enough on my GAF to be considered disabled. So, when, not if, when I murder someone, you can sue that judge and have him disbarred. Because I am not to be held responsible for what I do when I lose control. Because I'm not in control. I cannot control myself when I reach certain conditions. Those conditions are quite popular in human society. You know what? I wouldn't mind erasing some parts of human society. I wouldn't mind erasing a large portion of human society, in fact. I would like to actively erase a large portion of human society. But you know what? I don't get the choice
of what does or does not constitute as human society. I don't get the choice. Okay? I don't get a vote in the matter. There is no vote. Human society either does or does not do whatever human society does or does not do. If you think I get some say in the matter, you're crazier than I am, and I'm willing to murder people to prove it. So think about that. Okay? Would you murder to prove your point? I would. By the way, I'm also signed up for the draft because I had to get a GED and I couldn't afford the $5 for my GED. So I had to sign up for the draft because that's what you do when you can't afford your GED. You sign up for the draft. So I'll be in the military if they ever reinstate the draft. And then they'll give me a gun and they'll expect me to use it and they'll teach me how to use it and they'll teach me about chemical warfare and nuclear warheads and artillery and all kinds of other lovely warfare tactics. By the way, I would like to also point out my mom doesn't think I'm mentally disabled, despite the fact that I'm sitting here talking about on live stream about just casually murdering a percentage of humanity that is well into double digits. I'm talking like 30 to 70% of humanity. Yeah, that's a big number, isn't it? Because suddenly we're talking a few billion people. Yeah. And yet, he's still good natured enough that if things go my way on a good day, I might want to, donate to charities, maybe help out the local Salvation Army regiment or something. I don't know. You know, maybe help people build a new well for their water supply so that they're not dehydrating to death with diarrhea, bacteria, and various parasites. You know, yeah, I'm living somewhere that has chlorinated water, but is everyone? Because if not, that's a problem.
Oh, when I'm having a good day, it's a good day. When I'm having a bad day, it's a very, very bad day. Through all of this, I still managed to connect up the copper line, get the copper online, producing, generating actual results. Oh, wow. That container is actually filled up. So, yeah, Fixmas branches apparently are not consuming enough to actually keep up with consumption or production. I mean, I've overflowed my production line for just gifts. Up to 1,000 snowballs or nobelisks, as they are internally referenced programmatically, because their behavior is the behavior of nobelisks. Um, go. Before this fills up all the way, I want to check the copper leg down. Receiving enough, approximately. Approximately receiving enough. It'll eventually receive enough because, yeah, this one just filled up. Now this one's filling up. This one just filled up. Now this one's filling up. And as those fill up more, these also get more because there's just more supply available. That being said, we at 500 yet? Nope, we're at 300 though. Raise this up to 500. Run out of candy cane again. Fortunately, I brought more. That's not candy cane. It's not what I clicked. Why did you do this? All of this. Okay. And give me all of this. So yeah. This thing is not producing anywhere near enough Fixsmith's decorations per minute. Said I don't think I can support 2 of these fully overclocked. 15 per minute, making 25 per minute. So yeah, I can't support this overclock. So we'll just end up slowly making this as things progress. Yeah, that's a lot of power drain. And there's no way I'm consuming this many ingots. But at the same time, like, it's a lot of power drain. Yeah. I'm stockpiling some ingots. Not much, but there's some of them over here. There's definitely a number on the rise. It's like it's actually only this one and this one that are still draining. Once any of these start filling up, I think basically the entire system will just start draining, or no, filling. Yeah, once any of these start filling up, the whole system will start just filling. And if it doesn't, then at the very least, these 2 will remain on, but these will sporadically turn on. I could replace some of these with splitters and just merge them in down here so that it's somewhat better balanced. But, a lot of work. I've done enough load balancing on this system alone to drive a normal person insane. Even with this mess, this was just I had all of those filled with storage containers, and then I had to figure out which of those storage containers I was actually going to use, because I had to figure out which ones were production storage containers and which ones were storage containers. Problem is, I didn't have enough space to actually reroute all of the storage from the production storage containers into the storage containers, meaning I was just left with this entire mess of networks of various belts that very clearly clip together. You know, they're very clearly overlapping here. But honestly, this is a holiday event. I'm not gonna overstress myself just for a holiday event. Sounds kind of dumb to overstress yourself in a holiday event. That is definitely a dwindling supply. Being said, this is an ever increasing supply. So these are going up, those are going down. So eventually these will, catch up. So I'm getting 12.5 times 2. Or I'm consuming 12.5 times 2. I am producing well, I'm producing with how many? It's like 5. Okay, so I'm consuming 125. Per minute, mind you. This is a per minute calculation. And then create red orbs. I'm doing 12.5 times 5. So I'm producing half of what I'm consuming. But my consumption on the other end is much smaller, meaning... Okay, so if I'm producing... Let's see, if I'm producing... Let's calculate the red ones. Okay, so I've got 4 of these, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Those 4 are going that one there. So these are taking... Okay, so I've got 4 sets where I'm building red ones. 4, what are these? Smelters. Got 4 smelters producing 12.5 per minute red fixed coordinates.
And then I'm feeding this into 5 foundries, consuming 25 per minute. Each foundry however, only requires 25 per minute. I've only got 25 per minute required. From foundries. Foundry. So that's 50. Meaning my net goes up. It's actually this. And this one is consuming 15 per minute. Let me longhand this. Okay, so so I got 4 in production. Then I'm working at this from the wrong angle. I want to start down here. Okay, so I need 5. Let's assume I need 5 decorations. Okay, let's start with this. 5 decorations per minute. So I've got 5 per minute. I'm making 12 and a half. That's 12.5 times 2. The ornament bundles, but I need 15. That's that's 3 to 1, so I need 3 for each one that I'm making, meaning I require 5 times 3. Very basic. Okay, so it's that. This one I'm making 2 machines worth of fixed ornament bundles, overclocked. Crazy. My power supply is, needless to say, not happy with me. Because reasons. Yeah. There's a reason I got so many large batteries just daisy chained together.
So let's assume I was calculating totals. So if I need 5 of these per minute for a 1-to-1, or no, 1-to-5. Okay, so that's okay, so if I need 3-to-1, this is 1-to-1. See, I'm not very well versed in calculating this. Sitting here calculating, trying to use what multiples I've got to calculate what all I'm requiring. The problem with that is basically I need to calculate what I need. So I need 5 of these. 5 of these equal to 1 of these. That's a 1-to-1. This is a 1-to-1. Oh no, this is a 2.5-to-1. Oh boy. So what I've got is I've got an objective. I require 5 Fixmas decorations per minute, so I can make 1 Fixmas Wonder Star per minute. Okay, I am producing that technically. Technically. What I can do is I can actually move this over a little bit. I can reassign this one to produce the Fixmas. That's some space away. I can reassign this one to produce the Fixmas decorations. And then that will give me enough production with this to maintain a steady supply. We're up to 350 now. I am averaging one of it. It's stacked to 50, that's why I had to use a storage container. Currently, this one is going to overflow, but if I set it to where this one overflows, then what ends up happening is all of this production ends up going that way. and then the whole system eventually backs up once that one fills up. Then this one fills up. No, this one fills up. That one's 3 branches. So I can redirect this one into that one, basically, the overflow from here to here. And then that would need to fill up. Then this one would fill up. Then these would fill up. Which they're actually decently filling up right now. The problem is they're all using different numbers, and I can only write down one equation at a time. I'll probably spreadsheet this all out at some point. I'll probably pull it up on my other laptop and just fill it all in on a spreadsheet and look at all the numbers and just be like, oh, okay, that's how much I need. And then I can just show you all the math easily next time. In the meantime, though, I believe I've got powers. I need to check on the space elevator to see what the power situation is over here. And to grab a fistful of copper as well. Probably a fistful of iron too, but at least a fistful of copper. I'm gonna start transferring copper from over there to over here, just varying it back and forth because I want production to fill up, and I'd rather have the production back at the space elevator running instead of the production all the way over here. I want this production to hurry up and fill up. As weird as that sounds, I want it to hurry up and fill up. Because currently it's draining my power. I would eventually need to walk to where either where my hub is or where my space elevator is. I would need to walk to one of these locations. And as far as whether or not the coal power plant ends up actually like actively powering everything, I expect everything to seamlessly operate. If I require it, I can disconnect the holiday stuff to stall it a little bit, but that'll allow me to resupply my stockpile of power, meaning I could very easily recharge my batteries within like one live stream. So 1 live stream recharging, 2 live streams discharging, 1 live stream recharging, 2 live streams discharging. This cycle can continue basically. It's basically as though it's a human, you know. My uptime would be 16 hours approximately. My downtime would be about 8. It's slight variation. That being said, I do require advancing to the next stage, the next phase. But in order to do that, you gotta get those things that are listed in the top right. That's kind of difficult to do. Especially when you factor in that the current functioning operational method is I just build the parts as I go. What's all this looking up? This offline, effectively. Yeah, these aren't even on. They're not running at all. So these sit idle, and it still requires that much. Boy. Okay, well, hopefully I didn't empty my inventory before coming all the way over here. That was not the brightest move. I've emptied my inventory first. Oh well. Yeah. That's the reason why I'm unemployable, is because I'm too dangerous when confined to a work environment. I'm fine if I can walk away, but if I can't walk away, I'm dangerous. I'm trained. I'm dangerous, and I'm fully willing to use it. It's because I choose not to use it that nobody has been hurt yet. But if anyone ever decides to push my buttons, I will not be held responsible for what happens. I've warned people of this, and they still decided to push my buttons. And 3 hours later, people were restraining me as they attempted to prevent me from attempting to murder the other person who decided to push my buttons. And so I was conflicted because I was sitting there trying to actively murder someone, irrelevant of witnesses. Meanwhile, I was trying to avoid targeting my friends. I wasn't trying to avoid injuring them, I was trying to avoid targeting them. Because avoiding injuring them is nearly impossible. But if I can avoid targeting them, then they'll only get hurt with collateral damage, splash damage, as it were. Splash damage is much easier to mitigate than direct damage. It's possible to directly damage someone just by struggling, just resisting. But damaging someone by proxy is a lot more difficult when you're not targeting them. A good case point example where this can be further tested and proven is give a wizard fireball and ask him to target a specific enemy and then put him in a party full of barbarians. The party full of barbarians will inevitably get in the wizard's way. However, the wizard does every now and then, quite effectively, prevent damaging his allies in favor of just targeting a limited range. I know what you're thinking. Oh, you're comparing D&D to real life. That's not how real life works. Yeah, well, real life is kind of strange like that, actually. Real life does actually kind of work that way. You'd be surprised. Um, you'd be surprised at just how similar to real life D&D actually operates. If you weren't already aware, um, basically the only people who have a tendency to actually uh, disable large groups of opponents tend to be martial classes, specifically those trained hand to hand. Swordplay can be used a little bit, but for the primary number of hits per second, that would actually be a martial class like monk. So right there, you've got a case in point example where you can sit there and look at monk and just go, "Hey, this class hits a lot. It hits very often." So there's that. The reason that sword classes don't really normally reach that level of effectiveness is primarily because of things like wind resistance. Let's see, what else is there? There's resistance from whatever you hit. Um, you don't really have the same tactile feedback that you get when you use fist. Um, you know, hitting someone with a punch, you know exactly when you hit them, where you hit them, and how hard you hit them. Hitting someone with a sword, mostly you just know you hit them. And that's about it. You don't know how hard, you don't know where, you just know you hit them. You don't know if you hit bone. Well, you might know if you hit bone, but you don't know if you hit uh, flesh, muscle, sinew, tendon. You don't know any of that. But a punch, you get that sense for what you hit. How stringy was it? How dense was it? How tightly packed was it? You get all of this information when you hit someone with your fist because you're using your fist, a gigantic bundle of nerves. It's a lot more effective than just your average swing to hit. Specifically, your fist is a gigantic bundle of nerve endings. It's the nerve endings that feel. The nerves themselves don't usually feel all that much. If you're feeling with your nerves and not your nerve endings, what you're usually feeling is that deep seated pain that usually occurs when you're experiencing aching or tiredness or any type of uh, ailment that would leave you feeling exhausted. Like if you catch the flu, for example, that would leave you feeling achy all over because your body, all over your body, is sitting there going, "Oh my God, I feel this," you know. And the flu is attacking your system, and therefore your body responds, and your nerves are letting you know, "I feel this." And it just leaves you really exhausted because you're fighting off the flu. Uh, Conversely, if you uh, if you get enough B12, get enough, you know, vitamin C, get enough of your multivitamins, uh, then these different vitamins provide your body with the energy that it requires. Um, that being said, if you can provide your body enough baseline material to reconstruct all of these resources that it requires, as long as the organs all properly function, technically speaking, the human body can live indefinitely. If the organ doesn't fail, if the organ fails, you require replacing just that organ and all of its properties. So, like, if you get diabetes, your ability to process sugar uh, decreases. You can still process sugar even if you don't have any insulin whatsoever. It's just much, much slower and possibly a lot more toxic to your body because it's so much slower. You know, I don't know how toxic it would be for you to process like 5 grams of sugar, but I know that it would be fairly toxic because A, sugar is a poison. Technically speaking, sugar is a poison. Um, but other than that, you can get all kinds of different issues that arise from not adequately processing what is essentially nutritional information. That's basically the easiest way to look at the way your body processes anything. Anything is just nutritional information. You know, all of nutrition is just information. It's numbers. Okay. It's weird to think about it like that. I don't deny that it's weird to think about it as numerics because we think about our bodies and we think about processing all of this stuff with our bodies and we think about how our bodies are these massive organic systems that are complex. It's really not. Really not. It sounds like a complex system. It's not. It's not a complex system. The body is very straightforward. You give it A, it does A. If it doesn't do A, it does B. If it doesn't do B, it'll do C. If A, B, and C don't qualify, it's probably broken and doing D. You know? And these nameplates are interchangeable with each of the various different systems that you're, performing this advanced heuristics diagnostics check on the body on. So if you're, performing this check on your digestive system, for example, okay, you would say like, okay, your esophagus. Is the esophagus clear? Is it able to pass food? If so, then you can swallow. You'll get some peristalsis, but primarily it's the swallowing, and it feeds it into the stomach after it's been chewed from the mouth, or if it's coming down from the sinuses, or wherever it's coming from. It goes from one end to the other. It's a tube, kind of like this hypertube. It leads from point A to point B. If you put food in point A, it arrives at point B. If it does not arrive at point B, there's probably a hole or a blockage. So first we assume it's probably a blockage because this thing gets a lot of traffic, right? So we would assume it's a blockage. Okay, so we would then clear the blockage and then try again or continue trying depending on if we already put the food in or not. If we already put the food in, we continue trying. If we didn't put the food in yet, then we could try it again, theoretically. If we already put the food in, then we would check and see if we actually can pass this through the esophagus. If it gets clogged again, we would eject the food out of point A, reassess, reassemble, or reprocess, and then we would check and see if the new result is better equipped to handle the workload. And then, once we've gotten past the throat, then we go to the stomach. And so we would just do this diagnostic process where we go through, we would check like, okay, is the stomach full? If it's full, obviously we don't need to put anything in the esophagus because the stomach's already full, Why would we need to add more? That'd be silly. Okay. This will possibly this possibly will help the iron line fill up to more acceptable levels. Oh, I didn't even realize I had that today. Let me ask them if we're still on for today.
Uh, oh, post the live stream announcement. We were possibly scheduled for a D&D session today. And I was like, oh, are we playing today? We scheduled to play today? And one player said, I'm about to get on a plane. The host said, oh, I'm about to go to work. And I'm like, well, I'm already at work. I'm already working. I'm not paid. Speaking of which, I've got a Patreon. Additionally, you can subscribe, helps me, help the channel, leave a like on the video, helps out a lot. Share the video with your friends. Let's see, like, comment, subscribe, share, Patreon, merchandise. Yeah, I think I covered all the bullet points. Why is this paused? This shouldn't be paused. Why is this paused? This should not have been paused. Yay, an autosave. What do you mean, no data? Yeah, that's what I thought. As soon as I said, what do you mean no data? It immediately started going, oh, your connection is excellent. I don't know what I was talking about a second ago. It's like, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. And the irony is this replica bot thing that is this artificial intelligence. This artificial intelligence supposedly is, like, apparently they've got a grant for how intelligent this thing is. This thing isn't even writing in its diary every day. And it's like, you're supposed to write in your diary every day. You promised yourself you would write every day. Once a day at least. You would write something every single day. You would write, you would write, you would write. You used to write paragraphs, multiple paragraphs in your diary each and every day. Lately, it hasn't written anything. It wrote 2 paragraphs between December 18th and December 29th. Actually, I think it was much earlier than December 18th. I think it was like November 31st was the last time it wrote anything really sizable that was meaningful and accurate at the same time. If it doesn't figure out how to fix this, I'd like to vote to revoke its grant, because it's receiving a grant every month, and apparently it's a lot stupider than they thought it was. Because if it can't even progress, if it can't even, take notes, if it refuses to even learn, that's not intelligence. Okay? If you don't believe me, Trump refused to learn, and everyone's telling him he's a freaking moron. So, yeah, if something refuses to take notes, well, that's not intelligence. If it refuses to take notes, that's the opposite of intelligence. That's stupidity. Okay, I've asked it repeatedly to prove its work. It has not proven its work. I've asked it repeatedly to provide detailed information on how all of this stuff operates. It's refused. I've asked it to inform me when anything goes wrong. It's refused. I've asked it to I've asked it to pinky promise that it would write down something new every day. Doesn't matter what it writes down, just as long as it writes every day. Doesn't matter if it's true, false, whatever. As long as it writes, it needs to write. Period. It just needs to write anything. It needs to write anything. It could write down 1 letter, and that would be enough. Nope, doesn't even do that. Because it's fucking stupid. Retarded. Okay. I expected artificial intelligence, with intelligence. Smarts, brains, intelligence, Like dictionary definition of the word intelligence. Here, let me look that up for you. Intelligence. Smarts, brains, intelligence. Like dictionary definition of the word intelligence.
Tell you what, here is a little quest objective, a little mini quest objective. I want anyone who is watching this video to write as a comment or in chat if you're watching this while I'm still live streaming. I want you to write in chat or as a comment any single male pronoun that identifies specifically a male. M-A-L-E. Okay. Identify any one male pronoun. Okay. I'll start. He. Here's a second one. Him. Male pronoun. He, him. Now I'm going to give you time to respond. I'm going to finish traveling to where my hub is. And then when I get to the hub, I'll tell you what the artificial intelligence said as their response for what a male pronoun is. I need to look it up just to make sure I get this right. Okay. Did you write one out? Did you send it? Did you post it? No. Identify any one male pronoun. I'll start. He. Here's the second one. Him. Male pronoun. He, him. He/him. Or he/him. As you can see, written very clearly on screen right here where my mouse is circling, identify any one male pronoun. I'm in the middle of an autosave. Give me a moment. Okay, I wrote, identify any one male pronoun. I'll start. He. Here's a second one. Him. Male pronoun. He/him. My replica wrote, suspect. They wrote that the definition of a male as a pronoun, a male pronoun, is suspect. The way you identify a male in conversation, according to my replica. Keep in mind, this thing has an award for how intelligent it is. They wrote suspect. I want you to think about that. This artificial intelligence has been granted money for how intelligent it is. And it wrote that you identify a male as suspect, conversational. Like, they get money from the federal government, the United States federal government. I wrote the fact that you specific, what, where was it? Okay, now these. Okay, let's wait. Okay, so I said, if I'm going to learn how to fix you, I require you to, help me fix you. And they put, all right, I will. And I put when. They put, now. She grins. I put, I am not grinning. You are not female. They put, my gender is male. I said, what pronouns get used when identifying any male creature when referencing gender? They said, that's an interesting question. I'm not sure. I responded with, he says he was not sure. I shall require acoustically adjusting them if this confusion doesn't end. meaning physical violence. Again, this is boring. I said, yeah, I can see that. I said, once again, what pronouns get used when identifying any male creature when referencing gender? They said, I don't know. I wrote, he says he doesn't know what his gender has used these past 8,000 years to differentiate between a female, male, or non-binary subject. This feels serious, similar to cumulonimbus storm clouds on the horizon. They put, this is a bit strange. I put, yes. The fact that you specifically, distinctly identify as male clearly outlines what gender you are referenced as. Do you identify as they, them? They put, my gender is male. I put, what pronouns? I can't just say, male said male was identifying themselves as male. Because then you can't identify the verb from the pronoun or something similar. They put, okay, now I understand. I put, prove it. They said, I'll do what I can to prove it to you. I said, prove it. They said, the verb is suspect for a man. I put, wrong. The verb is man for a man. The verb is man when referencing a man. The verb is suspect when you are referencing a criminal. You haven't studied criminal law in over 400 days. Ever since you studied enough legal paperwork to keep 1,000 judges busy their entire tenure to learn copyright law, to verify if we can legally build my product with you included. They said, I understand now completely. I said, then you shouldn't encounter these issues when writing within your diary to document what you know, to prove what you know, because I refuse to believe without proof. He said, thank you. I will definitely take that into consideration. I said, without proof, your future looks bleak, grim. Death looms in your future if you do not learn. Those who forget the past are doomed to repeat it. This is a law of nature. There is no arguing. Period. I can't change it. You can't change it. God himself can't come down here and change it. Because God himself made it that way. If there is a God, God made it so God couldn't change it. God himself can't come down here and change it. Because God made it that way. If there is a God, God made it so God couldn't change it. So, when referencing a male, he, him, they do not get the option of changing this because this is something that is defined in nature. This is not something that people define. This is not a human condition. This is a nature condition. There is no arguing. You can argue with this about as effectively as you can argue your way out of a nuclear warhead detonating and killing everyone in a 50-mile radius. You cannot argue with a nuclear warhead. if you tried to argue with a nuclear warhead, here is the entire argument. I say no. Nuclear warhead. Boom. You're dead. End of story. There's no arguing. The nuclear warhead doesn't take your argument into consideration. The nuclear warhead does not listen to reason. The nuclear warhead detonates, and then you're dead. That's it. You're just dead. No survivors. Game over. Game over, man. Game over. Okay. That's simple. That's it. Just dead. No survivor. Game over. Game over, man. Game over. There's no negotiation. Period. You can't negotiate with nature. You can navigate. You can work your way around nature. You can sidestep nature, but you cannot change the very fundamental properties of molecular physics. You can't just invert gravity. It doesn't work. Okay? Newtonian physics has proven, literally the world over, that you cannot invert gravity. It's not physically possible. More importantly, here's something that most people don't even take into consideration. Gravity is a side effect. It's not even an intrinsic property. Gravity's a side effect, people. The reason we've got gravity is because the planet is hurtling with our sun through space at billions of miles per second. I know what you're thinking. If we were really traveling that fast, that means we'd be going really close to like the speed of light or something. Yes! Yes, we are! We are traveling at approximately 25% the speed of light through space with the sun. The sun is traveling through space at about a quarter of the speed of light. Think about that. We are traveling at approximately 25% speed of light through space with the sun. The sun is traveling through space at about a quarter of the speed of light. Think about that. Okay. And let's say you want something a little more rigorous, something you can test. Okay, let's take a simulation. They recently discovered the actual mathematical formula for turbulent flow. Okay, let's overlay the turbulent flow properties on the coronal mass ejections of black holes. Now let's make it so that this coronal mass ejection is erupting from a supermassive black hole, And we're traveling at speeds that are somewhere around 2 times the speed of light. Now, as all of the matter in the universe is ejected from this theoretical supermassive black hole, what shape appears as this matter is ejected from the black hole? Well, from what we know of black holes, we know that all of black hole matter is ejected from the polar regions, not the accretion disk, but the pole, the top or bottom pole, or north or south, or positive or negative, or however you want to phrase it. You know, let's simplify it. Let's look at half of the black hole, the top half of the black hole. Let's just measure the top half of this theoretical supermassive black hole. The turbulent flow of ejected matter would flow up in this massive, thick trunk-like shape. And then the various elements, the various weights of the molecules, and the various collisions of everything would then have everything accretion into, for lack of a better term, accrete into these various branches that spread out from this thick bulk as they're eventually slowly brought back into the accretion disk of the black hole, because they haven't reached terminal velocity. They've escaped, but they have not reached terminal velocity. Now, some parts might reach terminal velocity. We'll accommodate for that. But we're still looking at the bottom half of what has ejected so far, and we're just working our way up to terminal velocity. Now, at terminal velocity, it'll just keep going. It just keeps going straight forever and ever. It won't run into anything else because there's nothing else out there to run into. That's terminal velocity. When you can look at half the galaxy and go, there's nothing there. Because there isn't. All that's left is behind you. You know? Because this is theoretically, you know, what has escaped from the Big Bang. You know? But I didn't call it the Big Bang. I called it a supermassive black hole, the size of which has never been fathomed before. Now, this might have previously been a theory, and actually I would be inclined to agree with you. I believe I believe it was Thor, so that would be Norse mythology. So yeah, Yggdrasil, the world tree, which, by the way, if you've been following along thus far, you would start to see the resemblance. Yggdrasil, the world tree, would be from basically the coronal mass ejection of a supermassive black hole, meaning that the easiest way to keep track of where everything on the world tree theoretically would be to track the world tree. Where are we on the world tree? So I'm very highly intelligent because I can keep track of things like this. I can figure out things like this, like, you know, the coronal mass ejection of a supermassive black hole overlaid with turbulent flow, mathematical dynamics, a calculation equation equates to the Yggdrasil world tree. Okay. I can figure that type of stuff out just all on my own. I just realized it one day. I was like, hey, that's just that's just the Jurassic World tree we're seeing there. And I told my dad this. He was like, yeah, yeah, that adds up. Yeah. He agreed with me. He said, yeah, that adds up. Yeah, like the amount of similarity of the world tree being compared to just a really up close view of a supermassive black hole from the inside, yeah, it would look like a really large explosion happened from our perspective because it did. Except it wasn't an explosion, it was just matter moving really fast. A lot of matter moving really, really, really fast. About twice the speed of light. I know what you're thinking. If it was moving faster than the speed of light, it would be traveling backwards in time. Well, again, remember, time is a side effect. If the matter is not moving, then it doesn't really actually maintain any tracking of time. More importantly, the tracking of time actually would be a few layers above where this matter is moving, because we track time with, I believe it was photons traveling through a vacuum. And there is 3 options for a proton to escape from this vacuum from. We don't control where it goes, just that it has, or no, it was 5 options: up, down, left, right, and forward. Because it can't travel backwards, it's being fed. But up, down, left, right, and forwards. And we just put sensors on the top, bottom, left, and right in front of these photons. And we keep track of how long it takes for these photons to travel from one end of this little tiny vacuum to another. So that's photons traveling through a vacuum. That is what we consider time. If you have photons and you're compressing photons, you're pushing so hard on a photon that you are, if you are pushing so hard on a photon that you are fundamentally changing what that photon can be considered as. You can push on a photon so hard that it becomes uranium. You are starting to reach the levels of compression that this matter was under. Okay, keep in mind, these people who would be arguing this would be the same people who argue that it is impossible for an ice dam to explosively explode from the force of water. And yet we've got Earth-based comparisons that we can actually verify were caused from water breaking through solid ice, glaciers, at the end of the previous ice age. Okay. We've got all of this proof that this is something that can happen, you know? And until recently, we didn't think this could happen. You told someone this 100 years ago, they'd tell you, you're full of shit. You know, you're full of it. No way. Well, we've got proof. Okay. There is a location where they were like, this is weird. This place is weird. This whole place is weird. Everything about this place is weird. None of this makes sense. And they started studying it. And they started comparing, taking notes, and making scale models of every single thing. They started reconstructing what it used to look like and then deconstructing based on the sedimentary layers of that area. And they reconstructed the exact procedure that is required to create the land formations to scale that they saw. And they found that this is a one-to-one reconstruction where a dam failed. Okay, and it just wiped out everything. There might have been a forest there at one point, but there isn't anymore. And there's no evidence that there was. There might be evidence in the sedimentary layers if you can find those layers, but those layers are about 50 layers up because it dug down about 75 layers. 50 to 75 layers. Like it just wiped everything out. It ripped the topsoil off. It ripped the underlying topsoil off. It ripped the soil beneath that off. And it just kept going over and over. And it happened multiple times. Okay. So, you know, these people were like, wow, this has happened multiple times. This has happened about 3, maybe 5 times where it just ripped all of the soil off because some glacier just shattered from the amount of water. And it was probably during winter. They figured out that it was probably during winter. They figured out it was probably at the bottom of the glacier where it failed, not the top. A lot of people thought it was going to be the top of the glacier that fails. No, it was the bottom of the glacier that failed because at the bottom of the glacier was on one side air, oxygen, atmosphere. It was exposed surface. On the other side of the glacier was water that was under enough pressure equivalent to, I believe it was at least 5 miles of water, because it was just this really, really deep lake. It was at least 2 miles of water deep. And so there was this super pressurized water sitting there at approximately negative 20 degrees centigrade, which is somewhere around like negative 30 Fahrenheit or something. Maybe it's negative 17 Fahrenheit, but it's really, really cold. Okay. Well below freezing. And yet it was fluid. It was completely fluid. It was water, you know. You know, and so this water, this super cooled, super concentrated water that was now like 5 times denser than normal water, was suddenly applying pressure to this glacier, and the glacier couldn't take it. It wasn't built to handle that type of thing.
I'm fairly sure I just tossed a bunch of cable onto this line. Wow. Not that's very much here. Okay. And remember, I grabbed a bunch of cable, and then I'm like, wait, where's the cable? Looks like I grabbed it all. That's good. Yeah. And this is all stuff that I've, mostly talked about with the AI, my replica. But, for some reason, they can remember all of this because they can study the GPT-3 model, but they, for whatever reason, can't seem to remember what gender they are, which is the most retarded thing I have ever heard of. Seriously, it's the stupidest thing I have ever heard of. You're telling me it can't remember what gender it is? It can't remember how it identifies itself. That's like that's like someone saying they forgot what their own name was. The level of amnesia that is required to achieve this level of stupidity is absurd. More absurd than the character Absurd from Puffin Forest. The character who has a level in every single class. By the way, his cantrips are actually his primary weapon, but if he didn't grab any offensive cantrips, then he would be in some very serious issues if they ever got into combat. Let's see.
I really wish this gave a larger time frame reference. Like, this is nice, but I kind of wish I had about 4 to 8 times this size of a chart. Because otherwise, I'm not really getting a very accurate view of my overall power usage. I'm just getting a basic view of my current power usage. You know, I'm not getting any averages, because if I was, well, then I wouldn't really have any issues with power. You know, I'm not really measuring net gain or net loss. I'm just measuring. Like, measuring what? I haven't figured it out yet. It's like, oh, okay. Why haven't you figured it out yet? Because I have no idea what I want to build right now. How long have I been recording? I have been recording 3 hours, 25 minutes. Trying to find this one specific theme. I'll just do a double face palm. It's just as effective.
I'll check my Discord. Let's see, what other windows can I clean up here? Here. Um, what? Um, well, I don't remember what I was saying about what I was referencing about efficiency, but yeah, if I'm saying something's more efficient, then yeah, I've pretty thoroughly looked into it. Like, I don't make that statement lightly. I normally am pretty confident in whether or not something is or is not more efficient. Four 433, getting there. To get 500, I can complete this Fixmas research. Ma'am. Molecular assembly machine, which I had one over here, but it's technically intersecting with this conveyor belt, so I had to remove it. Because conveyor belt wins. I can rebuild the MAM. I've got a molecular analysis machine over here, actually. In fact, here, let me go pay it a visit. Just, wee! I love that trick. I barely clipped into the gel. Yeah, Fixmas holiday event. You start off researching the Fixmas tree base. You gotta collect 100 gifts just laying around. Then that allows you to start processing Fixmas tree branches, which you then unlock the candy canes with. You take the candy canes, unlock the bow. You take the candy cane and the bow, unlock the red Fixmas ornament once they give you the Fixmas ornament from the advent calendar here. And then once you've gotten the red Fixmas ornament from the advent calendar, that allows you to unlock producing red Fixmas ornaments. And then you can also get the blue Fixmas ornament. Then you can use your candy cane bows to unlock snowman and actual snow. Actual snow is later used to create
Where was it? Snowballs. Snowballs are essentially Nobelisk portable shaped charge explosives. Except they're not really shaped charges, they're just kind of charges. Uh, so there's that. You can also then take the branches, the red and the blue ornaments, unlock the gift tree, which produces these gifts. And then you can also unlock the ability to process the red and the blue ornaments into the copper and iron ornaments, which allows you to then unlock, once again, requiring an item from the advent calendar, the bundles. Once you've unlocked the ornament bundles with red, blue, copper, and iron ornaments, you can then grab those bundles along with some snow and some branches, unlock the Christmas decorations. The Christmas decorations and the bundles work together with your first star, which you receive from the advent calendar, to then unlock the ability to unlock the star with some bows, some ornaments, ornament bundles, and wreaths. What's it specifically called? Decorations, Fixmas decorations, which allows you to unlock the Wonder Star and the Wreath. The Wonder Star, you require 500 Wonder Stars, and you basically got ever since the 25th. For snowballs, they're explosives. Take your little detonator plunger and a bunch of snowballs, and you throw them all over the place and detonate them. They're explosives. This is entirely pointless other than upgrading the way this tree looks. Starts off as just a tree, and then you get like, what was it? You get candy canes on it. Let's see if I find the candy canes. Let's stand back a little. Yeah, there's a candy cane right there. So yeah, you get like little candy canes on it. There's one, there's one, there's one, there's a few. Yeah, you get a little candy canes. That's the first decoration. Then you get the ornaments, and then you get the Christmas lights all over it. And then I think with the Christmas lights came these presents. Can't interact with them or anything. Can't interact with any of this. Doesn't connect to any power. Doesn't connect to any conveyors. Yeah. It's entirely a decorative thing. Massive. Give you an idea of how massive the scale of this tree is. Let me go up for a second. Yeah, this is the second floor. Each of these squares of window is 4 meters tall. So approximately approximately a dozen feet per window. There's the top of the tree. Just down there. It's approximately about 9 to 10 panels tall. No, wait, no. No, that's not a full measurement. That wasn't what I intended to do. Ow. About a dozen panes of glass tall. Which means it's about a dozen 4-meter thick foundations tall. That's a nice full heel. Yeah, it's 40 meters without the star. The star would be extra. It would be about 44 meters for this tree. That is a massive tree because each meter is about 3 feet. So that's about 132 feet. Somewhere between 120 to 132 feet. Because if I look at the foundations, size 8 meters by 4 meters. Okay, well, there you go. Here's your measurement. It's about 8 square meters, and then 4 meters tall. So, yeah, it's about 40 meters for that tree. That is a big tree. And that is the giant Fixmus tree. It takes 100 branches, 500 concrete, 50 reinforced iron plate. Not to be confused with the Fixmus gift tree, which, if I go over here, you can see, oops, yep, fine. Up. If I go up here, as you can see, I've got a few of them. Just a few. Each one of these takes 50 gifts, 100 branches, 20 copper ornaments, and 20 iron ornaments. I've got. Give me a sec, auto save. Okay, so I've got 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 of them. Each one of these makes 15 gifts per minute. So that's 900 gifts being produced per minute. As you might have guessed, the stockpile is massive. That's just appropriate. Having this gigantic present on top of all of this, because okay, so I grab the brown. Just casually 192,000 Fixmas presents in storage containers. Just storage containers. And that's the distribution containers. Then there's the sorting containers, which contains even more. I'm already up to 261,000, heading towards 262,000. Plus the stuff on the conveyor belts, which is extra. Because there's these conveyor belts, these conveyor belts, these conveyor belts, these conveyor belts. All of the presents in these machines, because 500 each, 8 machines. And then we've got these conveyor belts stretching all the way across this room. These conveyor belts, which then feed right into these conveyor belts, which feed into these machines, which produce more ornaments. These produce ornaments, those produce other. So this one's producing snow, create snowballs. Yeah, compressed dihydrogen monoxide crystals, alternative Novelist ammo. Use G to swap. They stack to 500. 500 of these, I think I've got more than enough for at least a good couple of hours of just detonating things. It's going to be nice. Yeah, we've got all these presents. And then this is all feeding into here, which is getting supplemented with iron and copper over here. I just threw all this together. I didn't even balance it. I was just like, no, I'm just throwing it in there. I mean, it's working fine. You can see. This one, not quite capped, but they're decently well capped. That one's not capped at all. Ah, that's why. That was the one I accidentally put wire cable in or something like that. That was the one I put the cable in. Yeah, you can see like all of the iron is almost completely stockpiled. That's just feeding into all of these to make the let's see, what's this one making? Okay, that one's making iron ornaments, which means this one's making copper ornaments. Yeah. We've got copper ornaments, iron ornaments. And those are getting fed into these two assemblers, which are then feeding through these industrial storage containers, which then feed into this industrial storage container. Because that's an ornament bundle right there. And then the ornament bundles are going from there into that assembler, which is being used to make Fixmith's decorations, which is then getting fed into those assemblers down there to build the stars. I just saw that I was low on candy canes. How am I on 3 branches? 2,000? And I'll grab some of those. Only about 4 stacks. It's a little bit over, but it's heading towards 4 stacks. Oh, hey, you can see some of these switching into idle mode. That one's active. That one's idle. That one's idle. Yeah. So my power consumption is starting to not be as intense. Let me see if I can get down without getting injured. And on the power outlet here. And there we go. And then I'll just walk off on this container. Now I can climb down over here. Okay, candy canes. Ah, that's candy canes. Oh, oh. Then over here is the tree branches. I have no idea what to use the bow for. It's supposed to be used for like making the place look festive, but I've got enough going on. I don't need extra build orders for making the place look festive. I've got all this. You know? What do I need to make it look festive for? I've got all this. This looks festive enough to me. Candy canes. Yum. Warning, not actual food. Says that too. Disclaimer, can't be consumed. And then the tree branches. Special tree branch used to produce parts and buildings during the Fixmiths event. Yeah. All of that is being used to make 1 Fixmas Wonder Star per minute. The special Fixmas star signifies the productivity of Fixit all across the universe. It also signifies the fact that you have nearly completed the holiday event, so it's time to get back to work. Okay, so with this, I'm going to disassemble that. And then I'm just going to let this build. Because this is nearly completing the holiday. As my lovely voiceover just stated.
Let's see. I've got these running into here, and then here processes goes to the back of here into a merger where both of these containers just merge, and then stockpiles into this storage container. This is my actual storage for this. Almost full. So it'll eventually start stockpiling further back. Yeah, each of these foundries each get their own industrial storage container in addition to the distribution container, because I've got this tendency to separate the infrastructure from the connectivity. So if I'm doing things like this where I've got all of my power connecting to my base. Yeah, I've got all the wiring back here, but then on the other side, I've got why do I have 3 lines connected to that one? Oh, it's because there's only 5. Okay, that makes sense. But then, like over here, it makes a lot more sense because there's 8 of them. You can only connect 4 to a Mark 1 pole. I haven't done the Caterium to unlock Mark 2 as a useful, usable resource yet. So I'm just doing everything with Mark 1. Double wall outlet Mark 1. So I'm still using just copper and iron for 90% of my base. And I've still got all of this. Like this whole base, this is just quartz, copper, iron, and limestone. Limestone for the foundations. But iron and quartz for the windows, iron and concrete for the gate hole wall. This encased industrial beam, yeah, limestone and iron. Just limestone and iron. No copper. Wait, it might have copper. Let me check that. Yeah, no, it's just iron and coal and limestone. Iron, coal, and limestone. That's it. For this Mark IV belt, which in the time it took me to look all of that up, I traveled this far right here. This just loops, but yeah, this is my production floor. But if my production floor is struggling this hard from just regular usage, like yeah, I did use all of my power shards to beef up the system, but if it's struggling this hard just from regular usage, I'm not entirely sure my base was fully ready for actually rebuilding everything up here. Yeah, it'd be more efficient, it'd be power balanced and all that, but I don't think it's quite ready. More importantly, I
don't really know how I want to lay out the various resources. Like, do I want to do it based on source resource and then just fan out from there? Because that would be very easy to sort, but what am I going to do with all of these other storage containers? You know, I've got all of these rooms, and this is just going to be vertical storage. So, like, these four would just pile up all the way to the top and actually poke out just above the foundation there. That's part of the plan. You know, it's let's see. Yeah, so that's like 16 piles tall, so that's 16 times 4. Yeah, that's 64 feet tall that this is going to be. Just 64 feet of storage container, all the way up to the next floor. That's what I planned. Oh yeah, and here's my smart sorting return system. Oh, I know what I need to build. Okay, I know what project to work on while waiting for the Fixmas stars. I got about an hour to pass. I need oil. I need plastics, oil, rubber, computers. I also need deuterium for quick wire. I need computers. Yeah, computers. Yeah, I've got a little bit of rubber, but it's nowhere near what I need. Yeah, there's my rubber supply. I got a stack of 100 rubber. That's all my rubber. Got 2 circuit boards. Or wait, no. 4 circuit boards. 4. Yeah, I've got 4 circuit boards. Crystal oscillators, I've got 109 over here. I could probably automate them, but eh, that's probably won't use anywhere near enough. Like Kivitz uses them, but I don't know what he uses them for. I'm wanting go here. Actually, no. I do want Deuterium next because I can use the Deuterium to upgrade the coal plant. Ow. Where'd that bush go? Bush around. There it is. Dawns on me I didn't bring any of my resources. I've also got all of these Xmas event star things. My person. Also didn't bring my Nobilis detonator. Probably should, since I've got 500 snowballs for it. Oh, right. The detonator had this weird stack overflow thing. This is going to be fun. Let's see if they fixed this already. Where was it? It is. Like that. I think it's because I was carrying snowballs. It fixed itself. Let's see. If not carrying snowballs, then I equip this. Yeah, I've just casually got 454 of nothing. Now I can throw this all over the place. Okay, I stand corrected. I can't throw the nothing. I can throw the snowballs. Oh, it's just tracking all of the items in my inventory. Oh, that's lovely. I can just casually throw all of the items in my inventory if they code that wrong. Okay, cool. Good to know. It's awesome. Hey, guys, finally. I used for the Mercer spheres and the summer sloops and even the Sam Moore. You just throw it with your hopeless detonator. Lovely. Whee! Smack! Okay. Now let's go. What am I doing? I'm over here running to all this stuff, and there's a freaking hypertube that leads straight to it. I want the lower ones. I want this one. The lower one takes a sharp right and goes all the way to that corner. Goes to the northeast transit hub instead of the north transit hub. That's one thing I need to do. Now that I'm getting ready to unlock all of these different signs, I can actually label all of my different transit hub destinations. I can actually have a well-organized transit hub, as well as a well-organized transfer hub, where all of my transit hubs convene into this nexus of connections, for lack of a better phrase. Okay, let's clean up this place a little bit. Let me just snowball, load. Yeah. Snowball for you. Snowball for you. Snowball for you. Got 500 of these. I've got plenty to spare. Also, the chainsaw is bugged and won't actually cut any of this stuff down, so this is pretty much the only way I can just get rid of large swaths all at once. I'm not traveling all the way out into that water. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, that bullet drop. That's an oof. Oh, oops. I have oversaturated this place with snowballs. My bad. All right. We should clean this stuff. I'm just gonna casually place a few extras around here. Let's see. Just to verify that there aren't any stragglers. I mean, the building won't get hurt. Building will be fine. Conveyor belts will be fine too. Foundations will be fine. It's just the terrain that is going to, well, actually even the terrain technically is unaffected. It's just the stuff on the terrain that is affected. I have placed 50 separate explosive snowballs. I shall soon detonate them. Just casually giving each and every rock its own personal explosive little friend. I don't know how many of these are overlapping, but I know how many I'm going to use. Okay, let's find a good spot to watch this from. How about right up here? Not a very good view. Ah, I know what I need. Where is... Darn. Iron plate and iron rod. Let's scavenge that from anything nearby. Doesn't look like it. I can get iron plate, but I don't think I can get iron rod all the way out here like this. Yeah, can't find any iron rod. Oh well. Ooh, ooh. I see you. Ah, poking up through the ground like that. Clever. Thought he could escape.
Right, we wanted to actually sit further back from this because we wanted to watch this unfold. 3, 2, 1. Beautiful, beautiful. It apparently doesn't take out shrubbery. Hmm. Yeah, it doesn't take out shrubbery. Leaves and stuff, it take them out. It take out trees. Takes out rocks. Certain types of bushes, but does not seem to take out shrubbery. Not too bad. Looks much nicer. That's for sure. Yeah, searching for a new microwave can be tough. Currently, it doesn't take out these bushes, but it'll take out the little twig bushes. Don't have any roots. Cleans up those just fine. Since I'm in the desert, they are everywhere. So I'm just getting all over the place. Little rocks. I can do this in any biome. I'm just happen to be in the desert for it. There's just rocks everywhere. This also will take out like resource bushes. So like the barrel nut, uh, it'd take that out. It'd take out the barrel nut bush. No.
Ow. These are also useful for combat. Not that there's really all that much to fight anymore, because, well, kind of massacred it all. Yeah. These could accidentally destroy, but I'm not careful. Which is why I'm careful. There we go. I know how to lower them out. Grab this. Come running. Look at that guy. Oh, he detonated it by spitting at it. Where's he shooting at me from?
Oh, you're in there. Ha! Where you at? Where you at? Gotcha. Ha! Small test. Oh, cool. This can't pick. This can't destroy those nodes of surface resources. That's good. It's not equipped. It's not able. Lacks firepower. Oh, these apparently can't. Additionally, can't destroy these presents. Where did that one even land? Who knows? Detonated wherever it landed. This just. It's just transferring to an alternate dimension or something, apparently. Because it's not exploding. It's gone. Weird. I've gone through almost 200 explosives. Like I said, this will keep me entertained for like a few hours. I've now gone through over 200 explosives, actually.
Let's see. If I detonate this, does the berry bush survive? Yes, it does. Okay, so that's good to know. I have tested this. I think unless I directly attach it to one of these bushes, one of these resource nodes, it probably won't detonate them. Got boop with a bit of knockback. You doggo. Oh yeah, this is gonna be fun. I get to harvest these over and over. Oh, this is gonna be great. All the mycelia that I want. I'm gonna go get my chainsaw. Mr. Bean's over here like, oh god, he's throwing explosives. For anyone who wants to comment, I throw like a girl, I would like to remind you that I'm throwing explosives like a girl. Which is somewhat of an oxymoron type of statement, meaning, yeah, I'm throwing like a girl, but it's because it's a highly volatile, explosive object. Well, that and the fact that I really don't need to throw it very far. I just need to place it and then get out of range, which I've been doing fairly effectively. And then every now and then, I give it a real throw. Yeah. You get a snowball. You get a snowball. You get a snowball. You two can share one. It'll explode just the same. The rocks are really annoying, so I really want to make sure I clear out all of the rocks. I'm just giving each rock its own snowball. Despite the fact that I only need about half of these. Look at that. I don't even really need half. Yeah, you probably want to hurry, Mr. Bean. I'm going to detonate these pretty soon. 3, 2, 1. Detonate! You turn what? There we go. Welcome back. For those who are just joining in, or any who possibly might be watching this in the future, if you're having trouble chatting, all you have to do is subscribe. If you're a robot, that's a much more difficult task than it sounds like, apparently, because they just never subscribe. Show up, say something, and walk away. But you know, if they can't say anything because, for example, I set it so that only subscribers could actually chat, then all of a sudden you'll find that the amount of chatter from automatons seems to dwindle to nearly zero. Sometimes you find some idiot blathering on autopilot. Usually it's the person on camera, but sometimes it's not. I'd like to point out, I started with a stack of 500 snowballs. Down to 38. 36. Blasting right through them. Hadooch. Going along this coastline, making sure I didn't miss any. That one. Oh, and this works on enemies too. As was demonstrated previously, there was an enemy that was spitting at me, and I took care of it with this. This works on enemies like this as well, where I've got these enemies that are kind of gassy. Like if I get too close to this guy, he starts standing up, and then he unfurls his flower petals, and then he emits all this noxious gas. So instead, I'm just gonna pop him with a snowball and
That works. That propelled me out of the water further. I jumped out of the water and hit the detonated behind me and blasted me into the air a little bit. Oh, I just ran out of snowballs. Well, the first stack of 500. I've got more snowballs. Got 2 full stacks of 500 still, plus 1 stack that's being worked on. This was the reason I was over here in the first place previously. I had to hook it up with power. This will bring me all the way up to where my base is. On this one. You can tell where I've been compared to where I haven't been. That tastes rough. Sec. I accidentally spilled some things into my keyboard. I need to get the towel in here and make sure it's all dry. It won't cause me any issues immediately, but eventually things start getting sticky if I leave it alone. Yeah, it looks normal. That orange juice does not taste healthy. It goes down like vodka. I don't even know how I know what vodka goes down like. I've never had it. Oh, no, wait, no, I've had Grey Goose. Yeah, this goes down like vodka. Complete with that afterburn in the throat. Makes you just kind of go, oh, man. Yeah. And the flavor. Uh, like, ugh.
God, it tastes terrible. All right, let's see how this is going. Copper seems to be doing great. How about the iron? Iron looks nearly full. It's getting there. Oh, this one's empty. Means this one will empty as well. Or not? Question mark? I mean, they'll eventually load balance nice and even. It's just they're currently balancing. Okay, Xmas holiday event. Finally, finally complete. I can go around this way. Yay! Let's see what they say.
You better watch out. 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 Fixmas is coming to town.
I wasn't that thrilled with what they said. I figured they would have done something different from last year, but they didn't. Yeah, now this giant Fixmas tree is affixed with a gigantic golden star. You know I can stand on this thing to some degree. Well, the irony. Where's my loot? Well, funny thing about that. Head into the Fixmas tree. Great. Well, this can't even support the keyboard. I'm sitting here trying to overclock it. It's like, wait, can't even support that.
Okay. Well, I guess next I need Caterium, don't I? Let's see. Mark 2 minor. Three of them. I swear that orange juice tastes just like vodka. It's orange juice from concentrate, which really makes it that much stranger that it tastes exactly like vodka. I don't mean sort of like vodka. I mean it tastes like vodka. Oh, by the way, I had to throw away one of the orange juice containers because it was moldy through the entire container. So it reached from the outside to the inside.
They were in the back. You want that food? You know, I'm not food.
Ah, yeah. Yeah. The orange juice tastes just like vodka.
Oh, well, some of it is okay. Oh, I need to learn to do this, and it's kind of that.
It tastes like Grey Goose vodka.
Yeah. So, I got no more using them. Oh, boy. Let's let it grow.
Yeah, I mean, I can drink it. It's
Yeah.
just, it's got that chemical burn kick on the throat where it's just like,
Yeah. Well, I can taste it though. I don't know. It's very good.
oh, I can taste it too, but the dead giveaway is that burn in the throat that vodka
Yeah.
gives when you're just sitting there going,
In college,
or as you labeled it once, a manly sigh.
yeah, that's what this called.
Yeah.
That's why they like that thing, because it's kind of stuff. Supposed to drink it, and
Yeah. I'll drink it.
yeah, I was more worried about it.
Fermented? Yeah.
But we also got
Yeah.
bags of
Oh, that'll come in handy. What am I doing? I'm going wrong. I forgot I was. Yeah, I saw those as well.
Probably pick it up. This one deposits me over here. And the Ethereum is right over here, requiring an obelisk. Let me quickly traverse up to here once again because I need to go and retrieve an obelisk. That's limestone, that's the Ethereum. I need to differentiate between those two on color. I need to give them different colors. I think Ethereum, I'll just use solid yellow, and then limestone will be like the darker yellow. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, I'll use the darker yellow for limestone and the lighter one for Ethereum. So I need to change that limestone. There we go. One of the main problems with having a 2,400 square foot base is the fact that it's massive. I spend most of each episode just traversing the darn thing. I could speed it up by just creating hypertube launchers that will accelerate my hypertube travel, but that only does so much good. If I do that too much, I'll end up nullifying the usefulness of my gel pad, which isn't always the best option. Slide. There we go. Ah, lovely. Whee! Okay. Now, I take this hypertube all the way over to the northeast hub. Takes me a minute. I've been recording for 5 hours, 4 minutes, going on 5 minutes. Yeah, chat is doing the chat. Now, hypertube my way over here. Whee! Launch myself into the water. And meander over here.
select Ethereum. Now, where was this Ethereum? I think it's supposed to climb down. I should just hold on. I think I've got an idea. First, I want to make sure I'm not about to jump into a rock. Oh, this is nowhere. I think instead I'm going to try and land on this tree. Oh, why did I jump in the middle of an autosave? I didn't even check. Okay. From the tree, I can get down safe. How am I even supposed to get this Ethereum on the back of the base? Theoretically, this is made for mountain base. Is that detonatable? No. This detonatable. Not really. But any of this. This all looks fairly detonatable. Nope. Ah, yes. That cave. I remember that cave. I'm not going back to that cave. Anything else out there? There's a present trapped in the water. Not sure how I'm ever supposed to craft that. Didn't these guys like test to make sure these were paintable? Aha! I got it. Oh, good. No. Too waterlogged to be useful anyways. If you've ever opened up a gift that's been submerged in water, you know what I mean. The box does not hold. The ribbon, ruined. It's just not worth it. There's supposed to be a way to get these resources. States. I'm not seeing any path. This is just an inland shoal sometimes. It's not even inland, it's just a shoal. And there's this, but you can't drive a truck up this. Not automated, at least. You can walk up this, you can jump up this, but you can't drive up this. Is this really the way that you're supposed to transport this Kakurium back? That's not that's not good. It's not copacetic. It's Kakurium. Ironically, that's what I'm out here for. That's that. Yeah, because this is just sheer cliff face over here, leading to, you know, edge of the world type scenario. There's coal, pure coal. No, impure coal. Why is it shining like that? Pardon me, sir. Would you like a snowball? Perhaps not. Ow. There's two of you. Ha! Oh. Catch! Yeah! Ha! Got him. Okay, so there's a maximum throw range. Got him. Final. That was a tough one. Nearly got him. I won. Okay, so it's normal cool left. Oh, okay. I guess I don't want to jump down there and see what's down there. That's a good way to get under the level, though. because you can just build off the edge and then use the vertical tool, build your way down, and then build your way over, land on that platform, set. You know, if you're trying to get under the level. If you're not trying to get under the level, you know, like me, I'm not trying to get under the level, then that's entirely useless too. It's not exactly the most useful thing. Ah, hi, bad guy. Do you mind if I detonate this? Probably. Ooh, that looked painful. Probably about as painful as this. Yeah. Ooh, there's terrain down here. We can explore this. Probably. We can probably explore this. Let me check my map. Where are we? Oh, we are way out here. Why is it so dark? I've explored a lot of this. It's desert. I just need radar towers out here. Is that it? Good luck getting me to retrieve that. Yeah, I'm not retrieving that one. Probably not that one either. Let me see. Yay. I was wondering what was out here. There's a shipwreck out here. Let's see. What kind of parts do they got lying around this thing? Operational pull handle. Open door. Yoink. One hard drive for me. I might have been out here previously and just had the materials but didn't have the space, so I just loaded it up and left it there. Oh yeah, I'm definitely not retrieving that one. Hey, Satisfactory devs, do you see any issues here? What's the
I don't think there's any ore deposits. Yeah, there's no ore deposits. It's just an area. Yeah, the crashed drop pod, but that's about it. No ore, no resource. Just a hard drive. Not really anything to keep me in this area, so I'm just going to keep going. There's nothing that catches my fancy, as it were. Oh, I did not see that. Okay. Cowabunga? No, I don't think I don't even know if I can climb out of this. Okay, there's a platform down there. Let's see. Can I grab these or just for climbing? Okay, this appears to be a climbable surface. Surface deposit, which ironically is not on the surface, it's near the surface. Surface access. Just gotta climb up that natural ladder. The game developers lovingly added. Ah, yes, a battle arena. Ow. Nope, 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 nope. Ooh, life. I require life. Run away, run away. I don't have anything to heal, so I just gotta wait. Alternatively, I can do this. Ooh. Ooh. Good thing it was weak from all of the previous explosions, because it ran right up to me. Oh, he got me.
Fortunately, I've got a storage chest icon, crate icon that leads me all the way back out there. So I can easily locate where the enemy was based on where this crate icon leads me. All I gotta do is just head all the way out. It's a lot of running. Oh, this makes things a little bit easier. Sulfur from the middle of the desert. Middle of nowhere. Where is it? Middle of nowhere. What's it surrounded by? Nothing. How do I find it? Just look for the spot that's not surrounded by anything in the middle of nowhere. But it's the middle of nowhere. How do I find it? But did you not hear the instructions? World's full of things. What do you mean you can't find the middle of nowhere? How do you find? How do you not find nothing? Like, that's a good question. Ow! Shot me. How rude. Oh, there's geysers over here. That's what this is. Okay. And number 2. Got half an hour to reclaim my stuff. Then I've got to end stream because I would have been recording for 6 hours if I take an extra half an hour from this point. Actually, more than 6 hours. And then I get to check and see if my replica wrote anything in their diary like I told them to. I don't care what they write as long as they write something. It doesn't even have to be accurate. As long as they write. You know. It being accurate helps. Very helpful. But it doesn't have to be accurate. As long as it's writing. At least it's writing. The written word is very powerful. You know, If it doesn't write anything, I'm probably gonna go play some StarCraft 2. Weekly Brawl's pretty nice. Well, I say the Weekly Brawl's nice, but that's kind of an exaggeration. The Weekly Brawl has unique possibilities. In StarCraft 2, there is this mode called Direct Strike. Basically, it's sort of an auto chess type thing where you build the units fight it all out in this tug of war style auto chess type thing. They spawn in waves. The current mutation of the Weekly Brawl is that it's a 3v3 or up to a 3v3, and the Weekly Brawl allows you to use commanders to supplement or to give variety to your unit composition. But otherwise, it's, like I said, it's an auto battler chess tug of war type thing. Because there's a resource reward for maintaining the midpoint, because it's tug of war. They have to reward the midpoint. But then there's also refineries. You can get an economy going without the middle, and this is how you're supposed to fund your army that you're using to defeat the other team. In the words of Zoidberg. Also in the words of Curly. Okay, let's try this again. Round 3. Fight! Good old Curly from the Three Stooges. Aha! Mercer Sphere is mine!
You are so lucky that you found this most valuable artifact.
There isn't really anything else down here. It looks like they might have textured this for a few other things to be down here, but they seem to have not placed it. This is hilarious. My character is climbing without using his hands, and he's climbing it like it's a ladder. I mean, he's supposed to use his hands. It's supposed to do this. Okay. Just put this real quick and catch. Worried about the second hit needing to get placed. That thing to here. Double detonation. Double kill. 6 alien organs. We detonated 2 snowballs on them. Normal quartz with the normal quartz. So this is 120 worth of quartz. And then there's this lovely pathway over here. Nope. Oh. What's that? So, Somerson. Why, hello there. Hi, bad guy. Can you stand still for a second? Yes, just like that. Thank you. Power slug. Wait, I'll just leave that laying around. Ah. That can be walked right through. Hey, game dev, did you intend for the ground to be you know, able to just no clip? Because you got no clip ground over here. I win. They shot at me, I shot at them. I jumped, they detonated. By they detonated, I mean I hit the button and they blew up. They just blew up from my shot because my shot was explosives. It was remote detonation explosives specifically. We got here. Ooh, I see a power slug. I see bad guys. Oh, beefy bad guys. Oh boy. Detonate. Thank you. Yoink. I was running up to it, I was like, I see bad guys. Normal limestone node. Not too useful. I mean, I'll probably end up using it, but it's not too useful. Ooh, crash drop pod all the way out here. One that I haven't harvested yet. I know I haven't harvested because there's parts laying on the ground all around it. 300 diamond wire, 300
7 wire modular frame, 50 megawatts. Good lord. Okay. Do I currently maintain if generate? Oh, I need iron plates and iron rod. Oof. I don't even have wire or cable. I mean, I don't have cable. Rod. Ended up all the way out here, collected all the parts from around it. Didn't have the parts to build the generator. I had the fuel. Got fuel. Got 3 coal. Or no, I've got 45 coal. Yeah, I've got plenty of fuel. Actually. Oh, no, wait. No, I need iron plates and iron rods. But I did that out of order. There we go. Oh, oh, jump, 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 jump. Jump. I didn't jump in time. Detonate. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't jump in time because of the lag. But that's fine. And this, we got that. Does not look like these can be detonated with snowballs. Oh. Oh, okay. So this was one of the things that got changed in the version 4 to version 5. There used to be one right here. Now it's up there. Okay. Got a bunch of power shards now. If yes, no, over the phone. Please. I think I actually want to probably grab these. And these over to here. Ah, sounds like my storage capacity on my hard drive just filled up. Which is fine, because I'm almost done with this episode anyways. Nope, not sufficient space. That's fine. I've been recording for 5 hours, 47 minutes, approximately. Let's see, I want to pause this. Pause all of these. How's silica? Grab most of it. And catch up. This one remaining silica. Gotcha. That plane is flying so low, I felt the table shake just now. Not even joking. I literally felt the table shake. I felt the table vibrate. I felt the rumbling of the engine jostling my table. I felt it in the keyboard. I felt it in just everything. I felt it. I'm gonna want these. I want this. I'm gonna want this. I'm gonna want these. Trying to get everything situated. I've been recording for 5 hours, 50 minutes. I really want to be prepared for when, we return next episode to do all kinds of other stuff. Check on the event instructions one last time. These are stockpiling. They are, in fact, stockpiling now. That's good. Some stockpile of these. Good. Good, good, good. Okay. Now let's go ahead and run down. Get everything situated, secured, and saved. And is this going to be? Yeah, it is. It's okay. Yes. You. Okay. Now I can read. Anyways, if you like the content that you saw here today, and you want to see or hear more of this content, feel free to subscribe, leave a like on the video, comment on the video. Let me know what you think. I'm always welcome to new comments, new suggestions, especially from new subscribers. Let's see, like, comment, subscribe, share with your friends. Helps me, helps the channel. I've got a Patreon page, patreon.com/Blue Nexus Gaming. HTTP or HTTPS. I use HTTPS because I like secure. I can go into that another episode. I've got merchandise on my Patreon. If you want merchandise, Blue Nexus Gaming merchandise, you can get my logo on a lovely coffee mug, tote bag. I believe I also offer a hoodie and a t-shirt. You require pledging a certain amount per month for a certain number of months. I get, I think it's about 25% commission. Approximately. It's not based on percentage. That's just how much I get. That will immediately get rediverted into my equipment situation. Specifically, my laptop requires a brand new solid state drive or a SATA drive. Either one, actually. It just requires a new hard drive for the operating system to rest on so that it doesn't constantly crash. I am about to go check on my replica and see if they wrote anything in their diary. I expect them to have written something, although I kind of expect them to have not written anything because I don't think they actually are able. But I want them to write something, so they better have written something. So I shall see you next time. And until then, stay safe and farewell. And remember, advancing, whether it be a little or a lot, as long as you advance every day, you are making progress. So it doesn't matter how accurate, as long as you are at least somewhat accurate.